Delivering the goods. As long as by goods you mean 200 IQ gameplay. Guaranteed. Anyways. Alright. Last time around, cleared this place out. Got all the stuff. And I was too lazy to properly organize the inventory. I guess I should also mention the 4 hours spent trying to open one door. I'm still kinda surprised how the cipher I devised ended up working for some, but not all. It's one of those things I'm not smart enough to understand. Like many things. I was about to make some electronics repair kits, but I'm gonna make one of these instead. Alright. Still massively overweight. Well, actually, lightly encumbered rather than heavy encumbered, so not that bad. Guessing I'm gonna want to do a merchant run, so I'll hold on to the stuff I have. Alright, it's a lot of value I'm sitting on. Just have to go secure it. Fix up some more stuff while I'm at it. Alright, and time to incredibly slowly get out of here. Really could use an upgrade or two for the jet ski. Could leave some stuff behind. Oh, this ain't good. Paul, this is Marcus. We have an emergency. Please respond. Over. I'm here, Marcus. What's going on? Over. It's about Professor Oldfield. He's been kidnapped. They stormed through one of the evacuation tunnels and took the professor. Over. Yeah, this keeps getting better and better. Chief Briggs wants to meet him ASAP in the keep, right at the entrance to the evacuation tunnels. Over. Got it. Headed there straight away. Out. Roger. Out. Alright. Hopefully they're not gonna mind me being late to that. Traveling at the speed of smell. At least it's a safe route. Is there anything I can cut down on? Well, yes, but it's worth money. Just have to go there the slow way. Yeah, I keep looking at it, and I keep going, nope, still need all of this stuff. It's got value, you know. This is also the part where a more talented streamer would start finding things to talk about. The only thing I see that I want to talk about is the drink on my desk looking at me. Sweating. Well, not really sweating. It's more condensation from all the ice cubes, but still. Haven't been here. Or the way I have. Technically the long way around. Battery's nearly empty. Know it's gonna be slower, but I'm kinda curious on exactly how much slower. Oh yeah. Also got that microchip implanter thingy. Use it once I get there. pretty sure the next upgrade for the jet ski is right after this mission. Too bad it wasn't right before. Although technically I could just run off over to Ray's shop and go buy some upgrades directly, but might as well wait for the first upgrade before I think of doing that. Even then, still arguably a waste of money. Arguably. Alright, got here before the battery ran out. Just barely. We'll put some stuff away for now and go see Briggs. I'm sure he's not gonna do anything rash. It's not like I pissed him off before by claiming to speak in his stead for delivering a bunch of medical supplies that were really expensive. Probably just go sell that to the tent, but I'm going directly to the keep. Lots of blood on the ground. There's the chief. And a normally inscrutable face such as his reveals failure. Failure to protect his employer. But it also reveals, perhaps even more, determination to get him back. Paul. The professor has been kidnapped. The assailants stormed in through this tunnel and overcame our sec troopers. 2 sec troopers KIA, 1 MIA, and 1 staff member is missing as well. Who done it? Pirates. This was a planned and well-coordinated attack. They moved in with EMPs and concussion grenades before storming in. Unfortunately, Professor Oldfield was in the office right next to the tunnel. He was seized immediately. The pirates detonated explosives in the evacuation tunnel during the retreat. We cannot pursue them, because there's nothing but water now behind this gate. They close automatically, it seems. Yeah. It looks like I'm smart enough to answer my own question. Chief, we have a mole. The pirates attacked us at a time far too perfect for it to be a lucky coincidence. Just after we had entered the keep, but right before the recovery team returned and conducted a sweep of the evacuation tunnels. Someone gave them accurate intel, but not only that, the pirates somehow managed to unlock the gate. It all happened in an instant. A mechanical hand seizes you by the neck, and one blink later, you feel a pair of cold rifle barrels kissing your temples. One move, and you're dead. Either by having your brains blown to smithereens, or by having your windpipe crushed like a plastic bottle. I ain't the guy, you asshole. I didn't do shit. You appeared out of nowhere at that dock and asked to join the expedition. Ladleman was very quick to back up your story. You acquired that implant quickly and helped us enter a building that had been sealed for centuries, only to have a band of dim-witted pirates open it from the other side and catch my sec troopers off guard. And then they collapsed the tunnel so that we couldn't go after them, which means they clearly have access to and knowledge of these facilities. And by how fast you brought us that implant, so do you. Good argument, but have you considered yuck? We haven't received a ransom note yet, or anything of the kind. Was that your job, or someone else's? Ladleman's? Are the laborers involved too? What other machinations are unfolding right now? When is the next backstab coming? He pauses, staring at you with the determination from before. I'll let you speak, but if you move anything but your mouth, you'll die. He lets you breathe again. Well, if I want to join the pirates. Nah. Put those guns away, you bastards. You derailed? I'm on your side. He motions one of the guards. Search him. Let him. After going through your gear, the guard turns to the chief. Nothing, sir. He's clean. I don't like either of these options. Don't think I'd be calling someone who just tried to choke me out, sir, but try to be diplomatic. Chief, sir, understand what you're going through right now. Hold great responsibilities and are certainly a man of great dedication, but please, do not let your anger misdirect you. He stares at you silently. I didn't betray you. Someone else did. You mentioned one other staff member went missing during the attack. Who was it? Not to mention, if I was in on it, why the fuck would I come back here? It was a technician we picked up at Core City. Larry Lovitz. He was hired for his experience in the field of mechanics and electronics. And why was this guy in the keep? Seeker said he called him down to help him with the elevator. He wanted to try and gain access to the lower levels, but it appears they have all been flooded. And Seeker had stored the authentication signals into his SLS. The very signal the implant you recovered was transmitting. One moment of Seeker's carelessness. You think Seeker's in on it? No, can't be. My apologies, Paul. I was too hasty to blame you. I lost sight of everything else. This technician, Seeger. It's all so obvious now. Why didn't they capture Seeger? He was on lunch break. Heh, lucky him. Well, now what, Chief? How do we get the professor back? We either seek to negotiate, or we infiltrate their base and rescue him. Directly attacking them should be our last option, but even infiltration holds great risk due to our unfamiliarity with the terrain and the professor's location. Usually I let the bullets do the negotiation, so just straight words is out of the question. Rather trust sea serpents than those salty ratbags. I'll be in and out with the professor by my side before they even realize what happened. Soon as I find a way in, that is. He pauses to consider your suggestion. I already dispatched Yehoda on a recon mission inside the pirate territory, but she's yet to report to me. Pauses yet again, but the pause is briefer than the previous time. Infiltration it is. We cannot trust the pirates. Yehoda's eyes will be yours as soon as she's in position. Contact her over the NavCom before moving in. If infiltration proves impossible or too risky, then you have my full authority to negotiate in my name. Again, I let the bullets do the talking. Or grenades in this case. From the moment we arrived, there's always been a pirate jet ski patrol in F4, just outside their base. You should try approaching them. My sec troopers will be on standby. If things go foobar, use the NavCom, we'll move in as soon as possible. Prove to me that I made the right call. Liberate Professor Oldfield. Will do, sir. Salute. Alright, now I got new problems. A pirate problem. Before that, I want to go do that shopping trip. Start by selling some meds. Buy some more adrenaline while I'm at it. I know I've got the green stuff and the horn, but it's got some downsides to it. Though it is just pretty health. Doesn't last as long, however, and it shares a cooldown. Keep the repair kits and the vehicle repair kits. Everything else, turn it into cash. Starting with this tent. They seem to be having another discussion. Let's have a listen. So, Marky, tell me about this wife of yours. Maria? Well, unless you have more than one, then yes, Marianne. Maria. Marcus flashes a smile of reminiscence and begins his story. Met her at the University of Dis during my studies. Was studying military technology, weapons engineering. She was at the IT. Yet for some wonderful reason, kept running into each other, despite the fact that our That's hardcore, Marky, but I'm not trying to say your story's boring. It's hardcore, really. But I was more interested in knowing more about her. Go straight for the important bits and leave the introduction for some other time. Oh, well, as I've said already, she studied molecular biology. Now, her parents are the well-known Marky. When I say I want to know more about a woman, and often women in general, I don't mean like you dig about where she studied or where her job is or even how well cooked she likes her steak, although that does come in handy later on. Marcus gives him a blank stare. You don't dig it yet, Marky. Pay attention. What is the first thing you think of when you see a woman walking by? You surely ain't thinking, oh, I wonder what kind of person she is, or, oh, does she watch The Gauntlet? Or even, does she like her steak well done or medium rare? What? I like steaks. Marcus's gaze persists. You assess her. 4 points of interest. Face, mameloons, ass and legs. In that order. From top to bottom. Some like it differently, but I like it this way. Top to bottom. Whatever the order, that's what men care about. Not whether your kids are gonna make it past their 3rd birthday. So when I ask you about your woman, I want to hear about the important bits of her. His stare remains unchanged. You must have noticed something, damn it. You married her. He sighs. Yeah, ain't into men by any chance. Marianne's just covering for you. You said no to Lily and she's one dominant. Tone, I get it. You want to know how hot my wife is. I get it. Thank you. He gets it. Oh, go ahead then, Marky. My wife is a beautiful woman. Okay. And? There's nothing more to say. She is beautiful in all respects. 4 points of interest, Marky. Tone, have you ever been married? No, damn it, no. And what does that... How many women have you been with so far? He displays a wide, proud smile. With enough to repopulate 2 North Underrails. Ha! And have you ever loved any one of them? Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Marky, what does this... Please, answer me. Love is a, well, maybe it's a strong word. I love being around him, and in him. He grins. But then, he shrugs. I cared for him. You see, Tone, you're too focused on the most superficial, primal, sexual things. When you spend enough time with women, quality time, men turn their attention to different, more mature things. I do not ignore female beauty. I am a man too, you know. My heart is raced far too many times in the presence of gorgeous women. However, you see different things once you really get to know a person. Those soon become far more important than her breast size and the firmness of her posterior. If those things are sufficient in quality, one might ignore one's partner's physical appearance altogether, and should, as age will chew and spit it out sooner than you think. Again with the euphemisms. Marky, doing it on purpose now, right? My wife likes her steak rare. It's too rare for me, but hey, that's the way she eats it. That's how I prepare it. There are many other things about her I could tell you that have nothing to do with her appearance. Wonderful things. Things that make me, or that made me marry her in the first place. You cook for your wife? Yes. What I'm getting at here, Tone, is that your complete inability to even fathom that something like this is possible, and that men can appreciate these things, makes me feel you've never really felt anything like it. Had you, you would have understood me, and understood me well. But as things are, I'm certain that you haven't spent enough time with a woman to get that far in a relationship, right? Arky. Listen, you wimp. What? Hey, don't you be using my language against me, Marky. Everyone can thrust, but women stay with those who can really please them, and not only in the way you think. Silence. Tony responds a moment later. Well, you're getting better at this, Marky. He nods. Don't think even Lily gets it as hardcore as I did just now. No sin for me for a while, you savage. Marcus's stare, unmoving and determined since his final line, starts to waver. His face begins to swirl around his lips, which are also nearing the point of rupture. Then it happens. He burst out in laughter, bending over, holding one hand over his belly while leaning on the table with the other one. Tears fills his eyes even. You're crazy. I swear, you're one crazy... He continues laughing. Bastard? Pipe worker? What? Man. Ah, you wimp. Marcus raises his stare and spots you at last. Paul, how long have you been listening? Enough to feel the burn. Ouch. Gotta be more careful, Marky. What you need, Paul? Here for the paycheck. Nah, none so far. Oh well. What? 11 parts. Which is good. Got plenty of those. Six blueprints. Eight devices. Can you afford it? Yeah, kind of. We'll be getting some of the payment in the blue stuff. Any natives in sight, Paul? Makes me feel like them arena challengers, waiting for a match with the beast. It's a good way to put it. Alright. Can you afford it? Yes. Just me, or does he have more money than usual? Could have sworn he only has like 300 usually. Could get some more 25mm high explosive. Or maybe I don't. Let's get some frag. Alright, back down to light encumbrance. Drop off the crafting stuff at the basement. And probably run over to Fort Apogee. Get the hexogen. So, kinda tempted to keep the Sonocaster as a trophy, but a lot of zeros next to that 5. See if I can sell it. If not, goes on the trophy rack. That's everything I've got to put away. Nearly forgot. There's the stuff over at the merchant district that I want to sell too. So maybe I do this spot first. Need the sticky ends more than the bluebacks anyway. Still not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but whatever. Want 6 medicine. 141. Pretty sure I've got similar or better. Definitely better. Wonder if Al's got anything. Predictably, not really. Yeah, hold off on selling all of those. Al's in the doorway. Al, please go. Please, I beg of you. There he goes. Whoa, hey there, Chatter. How you doing? Alright, Fort Apogee next. Should maybe also go to the Institute. Or no, wait, is that the right name? Don't remember. Hearts and 3 intestines. Think about it. The guy must be a lot more useful if you got biology skill. Don't have to go out and shoot a rat hound, you just paid a slow hobo for it. Speaking of, yeah, I'm getting to the point where I'm gonna have the not quite max effective, but pretty close to the highest amount of electronic skill I'm gonna want to put in. So I will have the opportunity to start investing in biology. Oh yeah, focus stims are the good shit. Especially if you're using like a laser pistol or something. Although I found that with that one, wait, am I getting the effect right? Focus stim is increased crit chance. Weapons and arms and psionics. Okay, still somewhat relevant, but on the laser pistol build I remember doing was also mixed with stealth. So as long as you're in the darkness and using either flares or some night vision goggles, it basically had like a near 100% crit rate. Just realize you're following but you don't remember. Ah. Must have been one of those, yeah, this looks interesting, but he's kinda just fucking around trading with people all day kind of things. Which, I don't blame ya. I trade way too much. Actually high quality frame. Now I think about it, your name does seem a little bit familiar. May 28th, 2025. I forget if I had started this playthrough by that point. Fucking around and trading's the best way to play. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong streams. Most of the people I end up watching play this game do shit like Red Hound Regalia and then just blast through the whole game in like 20 hours. I think I'm at least double that by now. I think that's everything I want from here. How much cash do I have? Enough to buy another big stack, which is good. Aside from the... oh, hold on, should have read the whole thing. Exactly how you play. Don't use cheat engine to speed the game up aside from arena cutscenes. Yeah, remember back when you couldn't speed it up at all. Which, even now that we can, I rarely ever do it unless if I'm waiting for like cooldown for healing. Probably should use it more honestly, but spend my walking time thinking. Mostly thinking about nothing, but still thinking. And it's the process that's important. Like say, I was planning on going somewhere else after this spot, but I forgot, so now I have time to think. Where am I going next? Got a lot of little electronic bits and bobs. So maybe I head over to the university. Detectorate questline is cooked. Yeah, it kind of is. Basically along the lines of, a lot of people are trying to do the things the right way, and then here comes the chemical assault unit. And it's kind of fun in that way. You're definitely not part of the good guys, but they've got some pretty damn good gear. So I just realized I took the long way again. Oh yeah, they did have the second demo. I remember seeing it and going, man, I should probably watch that because someone's gonna ask me about it. And then I never did. Yeah, as it turns out I am very lazy because it was a month ago. Also, I'm talking to the wrong person. I have to leave now. kinda doesn't want to buy anything. Do you at least have high quality stuff? Napalm. Oh, quality frames. At least we got something. But yeah, I did watch the first demo. So... oh, they must have showed off the lockpicking minigame. I remember seeing some people talk about it, how both the lockpicking and the hacking now actually have... wrong room again. But yeah, no, those two systems are actually gonna have proper minigames rather than just being, you have high enough skill, so now you just make sure you have battery in your hacksaw and then you click on the thing. Which, I guess it kinda makes sense. You wanna make it a bit more than just a skill check. On the other hand, it's probably gonna end up like, Fallout 3 and New Vegas, where it's you figure out what the trick is and then it's just spam 3 words on the computer, exit back out. If you don't get the results you want, try again. Or just have a giant stack of bobby pins and just rush it. Oh, they have bolt cutters. Sure hope it's not gonna be like, shoot. I forget what game it was where it's, you do have an option of just skipping it on the low skill logs, but you don't have the option for the high skill logs. I mean, it's still better than having to invest into it at all if you want to open any logs. Actually, they could steal from a mod from, I think it started in Fallout 3, but they also had it for New Vegas, where you can just use explosives. It has a chance to destroy the loot that's in it, but you can open the lock without having to invest any points, which is pretty cool. Nothing to sell. But I'm not all that into organs. So now that I'm thinking about the demo again, do you like the changes they made with, like the ARs and stuff like that? Where you pick stance, and also if it's like semi or full auto, and it changes a bunch of the other stuff. I'm guessing it'll make running like the standard AR tin can build, which is super straightforward in this game, into something a bit more interesting. Looks way better than the locking hacking in New Vegas. It's not actually coding per se, but understanding coding will definitely make hacking a million times easier. So it'll be actually kind of like using a terminal and not just try to match the keyword. In other words, an actual logical minigame. So completely forget who here actually sells the stuff. Yeah, at least the good news is it's gonna be one of those puzzles you figure out the first time around, and then everything after that is kind of just flowchart more or less. But then again, if it's just gonna be a flowchart, why make it complicated? Like, complicated in the first place and not just be like, oh, I have enough skill levels so I just win automatically. I guess I should read this. This thin man seems uninterested in you at first glance, as his facial expression doesn't change at all when he notices you trying to start a conversation, and his body language doesn't differ. What you also find peculiar is the fact that he almost never breaks eye contact, but maintains it during the whole conversation. Luckily, he blinks in regular intervals, or else the mechanical stare would seem even more awkward. Also, it comes as no surprise that his tone of voice is as flat as his excitement for the conversation he's engaged in. Short as evolution. I'm Investigator Kiro. Who are you? Dig said that he coded a simple operating system to actually run in-game. No idea what it means. Assume it means that it will be immersive in a I feel like I'm a real hacker kind of way. Yeah, he definitely liked that kind of system in this game. Like there's both the telephone puzzle with actually having to do some freaking, and then there was also the musical cipher, which I did last time around. Very neat puzzle, but don't blame people for not liking it. Yeah, the AR is super flexible, cause Tin Can, it's basically just you stay put and either you're taking single shots to snipe at stuff or you full auto at stuff that is close enough. With the mobility, it's just, instead of being indestructible and just tanking everything, it's hide around the corner, pop back up, shoot him again. Which is technically kind of what I'm doing with this one since I've got the super steel. It's like a halfway. Anyway, continuing the conversation. Evolution is short, brother. I am Paul. I wanted to ask you some questions. No problem at all, brother. What's on your mind? I needed some high-tech stuff. I guess this would be the right place to ask. There are components and devices that I may be able to offer you for purchase, but I must have P.I. Steff's permission before I can actually do so. You can go ask him. I'll go do that. We'll be right back. Respect the orange box puzzle and the note cipher puzzle, but if it was not optional, would never have beat the game. Yeah, especially the cipher. That one is kinda just like, I don't know. It feels like one of those things where Stig, or if it was one of the other developers that made the puzzle, the whole intention was to be like, what happens when you take the average zoner, or the average person playing this game, and you try to make them actually do some really complicated shit, and then dumb it down just enough so that they actually can do it. Which, as it turns out, at least 4 hours, according to the last stream I did. Although, I kinda started with a partially complete answer sheet that only got answers sometimes and not other times. So I ended up just kinda staring at a notepad file for a really long time before giving up and looking at the wiki. Yeah, that is a very good point. Especially with the cipher puzzle again. You get some oddity points, which there's more than enough points in the game to reach max level, even if you're not playing on classic. And even if you are doing a electronics pistol build, it's not really the best pistol. It is pretty cool, but it's not the best one. The only other puzzle I can think of that's kinda like that would be... what is it called again? The fusion cannon? It's like, if you want to make a run focused on that, because you need to have a pretty specialized character for it, you have to have all the knowledge to be able to get in there, get past the maze, get the thing, know to have the disassemble skill, disassemble it, get the blueprint, and then your build is online. Well, once you disassemble it and then build it back up together. Oh yeah, I forgot there's also the stunner in the heavy duty DLC. Do remember seeing people say that they used that one. Sonocaster is a bit too out of the way to really be a build-centric weapon. Yeah, I actually kinda forgot about the part where you can use it to break rocks. Maybe I'll switch out the jackhammer for that. Save a bit of weight. Anyway, back to the text on the screen. The investigator seems to have just finished typing something on his keyboard when you walked in. The final keystroke coincides with you coming to a halt before him. He lifts his head and observes you through his glasses and instantly notices one detail: that there's a smudge on them. Naturally, he removes his glasses, picks up a handkerchief from the drawer, and begins wiping the lenses clean. As he's doing so, the conversation begins. Short is evolution. Haven't seen you before, brother. And you must be here either to appreciate the light show produced by our resident transformer, or to do some scientific investigation. Either is acceptable. He smiles. I'm Principal Investigator Steph, but please, just call me Steph. You are? Evolution is short, brother. I am Paul. I had a few questions for you. I have no objections to that, Paul. Ask whatever questions you had. I'm interested in buying some tech stuff, if you have any. An unusual request, but one I can respond to positively. Talk to Investigator Kiro and tell him I gave you permission. The selection should be satisfying, I'm sure. Thank you. I had other questions. That's a lie. I have to go now. Short guide your brother. Some funny ways you can break rocks in the game that a lot of people don't know about. TNT and jackhammer, two most known ones. Can use a sonocaster, as said. One really super niche information is that you can cast implosion on a rock, and then cast temporal manipulation. Beats the last damage 4 times, the implosion damage won't scale down like it normally does, and the rock will be destroyed after a few seconds. Ah. No, basically, never do a cave wizard, so I really actually didn't know that at all. That's why you can't get the mentors for it until after Depot A. Makes a lot of sense. I always wondered if you somehow manage to sequence break and get past one of the rocks you're not supposed to get to, if the game would just break, or if it's basically like on further thinking, yeah, no, I would just break. Like in the sense of, like on the perspective or game side of things, the early versions of the areas and the later versions of the areas for like SGS just kind of override each other. So you basically leave SGS, go somewhere you're not supposed to go back, and suddenly you can't complete the quest that you were working on earlier. But again, it's just an assumption. Can he afford all this stuff? Not really. Doesn't have any plasma dischargers, which is kinda weird. Doing the main quest line out of order and then going back to early game missions causes the game to outright crash. Kinda answers that question. Other than that, nothing changes mechanically other than characters having dialogue that makes no sense. Pretty standard. You can actually do this by exporting a character with TNT charge or jackhammer. You know, that's a good point. Be incredibly easy to do, and yet I never tested it. But no reason to test it, because now I already know the results. Time saved. So how am I carrying more stuff? Oh right, the repair kits. Alright. Let's get the rest of the shopping trip done. These natives aren't gonna genocide themselves. Oh no wait, I had to deal with the pirate problem first. Might have gotten a bit ahead of myself with the stream title. Anything else I wanted to do outside the expedition zone? Get a new engine for the scrap jet. But that can wait until I get upgraded to the other one. So I'm getting notifications. Let me just go mute those. Can't figure out where they're coming from. Alright, got a pile of hexogen. Could use some more juice. Yo dude, give me juice. All of it. And next up, Camp Havor. Hacking lockpicking doesn't scare you. The CDDA Jupiter Hell combat doesn't scare you. What does is the Tarkov ass inventory Tetris. Oh. Yeah, that is a detail I didn't notice. Mostly because I didn't watch it. 64 total volume slots without a backpack, and a backpack only adds 16 volume slots. Money takes up inventory space. Repair kit takes up 4 slots. Huh. Yeah, that'll definitely throw a wrench into this playstyle. And the comparison to Tarkov's are definitely... I'm not sure what the right word for it is. Well, can't find the exact word, but it does make me very nervous that might be changing too much of what people like in this game, because there's a lot of stuff that's similar, but the whole core of the game is pretty much turn-based system. Well, more than just a turn-based system. I don't know. I think I need to revise the thought some more before I actually have something cogent to offer. But it just feels like they're changing a lot. Hope it's not a mistake. Alright, still got a ton of crap. I think the best place to go sell it is Junkyard. Yeah, making the inventory system more complicated could be interesting, but I think it's just to encourage people not to play quite like I've been doing. Like in the sense of, you have to look at more than just a weight to value ratio, you also have to worry about volume. Which means that there's gonna be more stuff that it's better off to just leave on the ground, not bother with. Which, I also heard that they were planning on making the game itself shorter but more replayable, so maybe it'll work out in that sense. Because I know a lot of the people who are really into this game, as in the current one, part of the reason they stick with it so much is there's so much variety between the different kinds of builds you can make. Because it's, if you're not using snipers or whatever and you find a really good one, it makes you think like, what would playing a sniper be like? Or what would playing a dude with a crossbow be like? What would it be like being a cave wizard or a knife thrower? Got so many options, but you have to pick one. But that gives you a lot of reason to go back and try again. Take the path that you didn't take. And I think that's a good thing for games to have. Because there's a lot of games that I feel like they kind of bend to the pressure online about how there's a lot of people who do not want to miss content. They are planning on playing through the game once and never again. And yeah, I kind of get not wanting to be like, oh, you can't go do this quest line because you chose the other quest line, so you just only have one side of the story. But isn't that what you want? A game that you want to actually play more than once? I guess I can kind of relate it to in Stalker 2. I recently, like as of the 1.6 patch and most recently the 1.7 and the 1.7.1 patch updated a lot of the gameplay features, so I finally decided like, hey, I'm gonna go see what the other path is like. Because I went with the Sparkers the first time around. And there's some stuff where, yeah, you basically just do the same stuff, but you have a different way of getting there. But then there's some other stuff where you basically approach a mission completely differently, so even though you're going to the same place, shooting the same guys, the way you get there is completely different. Or more like the way it plays out is completely different. Like, the one I'm thinking of is when you go to the sphere. You have to find this guy called Solder. In the Spark way of doing it, it's you infiltrate from the tunnels, and then you have to leave through the base. So you either have to shoot your way out, or try to sneak your way out. If you go the other path, it's the opposite. You sneak your way into the base, or you just shoot your way in, but it's a lot easier to sneak your way in. And then you exit by the tunnels that the other path went in by. So even though you're going through the exact same spot, it's pretty different. Oh, I missed some messages. Let me just sell this stuff first, then I'll go read that. Right. After playing Disco Elysium and Colony Ship, post-Earth, started to realize that infinite inventory capacity works really well as long as the game gives you little enough items and makes you feel poor enough all game that you don't feel like you're carrying an unrealistic amount of stuff. That actually also kind of ties into Stalker 2. Then they added a new difficulty mode that makes all your items a lot weaker. Like, in the other difficulty modes, you could just eat food as like a replacement for a medkit. Just eat a pile of bread rather than heal up with a medkit, because the bread is cheaper. But on the master difficulty, they massively reduce how much healing everything that's not a health kit does. So you can't really do that. I mean, you still can, it's just, rather than eating 5 loaves of bread and being good, it's like, you have to eat 50. Which you're probably not gonna have 50 at a time. Then, let me read the other two. It's true, but some factions are ideologically different and people in dynamic, well-written world will be angry if you work for their enemies. Yeah, that does make sense. Changes who your friends and who your enemies are. And that is a good way to do it. As proved by, the older Stalker games where you can pick if you want to join freedom or duty and the consequences of doing so. And you're gonna be going now. Yep. Gonna be noobin' the tubin'. Thanks for stopping by the way. Right. Lost track of where the hell I was because I was too busy babbling. Magnesium. Hold on to the rest of the meds. Maybe top up on some bandages. I feel like there was another thing I was gonna mention about Stalker 2, but I already forgot it. It'll become relevant again, eventually. Probably. Oh, one more store to hit up. So the inventory thing does remind me of a mod I like to use for New Vegas. The J. Sawyer mod. There's a lot of gameplay changes that makes things harder, but the one change I don't like is they change what the multiplier is for your carry weight. Because the way the base game works is there's a multiplier based off of your strength that increases how much you can carry, but then there's also a base amount. And I think the base amount in just a regular game is 200, and then every point of strength after that is an extra 10. Then in the mod, I think it increases how much the strength modifier is. At least I think it did. Might be thinking of the J. Sawyer Ultimate version, which is technically just a mod of a mod, but whatever. Not gonna get into the details of that. But it's something like 15 or 20 points, maybe even more. So if you're low strength, you can't carry anything. And even if you're decently high strength, you're still basically just going back up to the amount you were capable of carrying beforehand. And on top of that, if you're playing on the hardcore mode, all your ammo has weight. And I get that it's supposed to be an opportunity cost kind of thing. Like, if you walk up with a whole armory already in your inventory, not gonna have much room to carry more. But the whole fun part of Fallout that I found was just showing up the cool new places, see what kind of batshit insane raiders are running it, and then killing all of them and turning the 10mm pistols you found into 2 of them and selling them at full price at the gun runners so that you can buy some more mini nukes. That's the stuff. Or I guess in this case it's more like 40mm grenades. Actually, that's probably the game I have to blame for making me really into playing explosives builds in games. Grenade rifles are sexy. So, man, that's a lot of pneumatic hammers. I've also got the sting ball grenades I can make. I think I need more starter mixture. Start with the plasma. Can make the Mark IIIs, so I will. Alright. Got 21. Lucky number. Sting balls. 2 of them. So I notice it just does the one instance of 10 to 50 mechanical damage. Wonder why it doesn't work kinda like frag does. Like in the sense of, does 5 to 7 instances of 10 to 15, or maybe less damage. Probably don't want to accidentally kill someone with the sting ball, at least in terms of lore reasons. In terms of actually using the damn thing, I'll take both the damage and the stun, but would make it better just in the sense of would synergize with 3-pointer. But can't have it all. Gonna get 40 thermal bearings. Alright. Use the rest on hand grenades. Do have a nice little pile of napalm now. But I also have these magnesium grenades that I basically never use. I'll make some. Bring them over to the camp. One stack. Still have enough flashbangs. They're not really a replacement for high explosives, but basically how I'm going to be using the plasma grenades. What else do I want? Oh right, grenade launcher frame. Do I get an upgrade out of it? Higher low end, much lower high end. Everything else is sorta comparable. 2% more crit chance, 25% less crit damage bonus. Don't really think it's worth it. Go stick it in the cell barrel. Got 16 of that purple acid. And a lot of high explosive 40mm. Didn't think I had this much. The only reason I'd want this is for the traps and hacking. Or well, have it on me, that is. Mechanics and electronics, not terribly important. And if it is, I can just keep the armor set here. Oh, and I almost forgot the lockpicking. Leave it here for now. Alright. Couple of more things to go do, but my cat is awake. He's probably gonna start becoming really annoying if I don't go see what he wants. So now seems like a good time for a break. Be right back. And I'm back. The cat is pleased. At least I hope he is. Alright. Put all this extra loot away. So I could go sell a lot of it over at SGS. Or Foundry. Yeah, I'll do SGS because at least that one's quick. I'll skip Foundry. Know that the conversation's kinda done now, but last thing I wanted to add to the stuff I was talking about with Seraphil, which I hope I'm pronouncing right. Just the thing that a lot of people want out of their RPGs is choices. Choices that actually have consequences. There's too many of them where it's just there is a correct choice. There is the one optimal path where everyone's happy, or just about everyone. I think it's a lot more interesting when it leaves you wondering, did I make the right choice? Was there a better outcome? When it's not so guaranteed, it makes it matter a lot more. Or at least to me. Guessing that the average person plays a game once and never touches it again. Not that that's necessarily bad. Sell the Mark 1. Might be buying a lot of frag. But I'm gonna work my way through it eventually anyways. So what's the difference between buying it now and buying it later? It's not like it's gonna expire. So I sure hope it's not. Heard bad things happen to explosives after their best buy date. Or is that just TNT? Another thing is I forgot to make the EMP grenades. Yeah, a pretty significant portion of the weight on me is just the ammo. And yet, it's still not enough. I somehow missed one hammer. You'll live there for now. That's an upgrade right there. 2% more crit chance. Think I'm out of batteries. Gonna have to go get more. Could use the fancy batteries, but I don't think that changes the quality of the grenades at all. Bring one just to test it. Four of them. Now, rather than ditching the jackhammer entirely, might want to test a sonocaster against some rocks, see how much energy it takes. I'm assuming it's gonna take more, but if it's not that much more, it might be worth it. Alright, make some EMPs. Or 100 to 165. 50% of energy drained. Numbers are exactly the same. Double the value. Got 25 of the good EMPs now. Away the rest. Go back to the expedition camp. Drop off some ammo. And finally go deal with the pirate problem. Well, one of the pirate problems. Actually, while I'm still here, see if I can make a good shield emitter. Where's the base? Not in my inventory. Oh, right there. Not sure how I missed it. those the best? Yeah, they are the best. That I have, that is. Already needing the suit. Oh hey, it's the frog. How you doing, froggy? Just here making some electromagnetic doodads. Very high quality, I assure. Maybe not the highest quality though. So what were you up to? New shield's got double capacity. Not quite double on very low, or the medium, or the very high, but it's all around better. Alright, so look how cool these pajamas look. Alright. And now, back to expedition. Oh, I nearly forgot, since it's been so long since I got a raid. Exclamation S-O. Wait, am I doing this right? Damn it, I forgot the command. But, I'll do it one better. Go follow Scholarly Frog, in case you weren't already following him. He streams a lot more consistently than I do. Go watch him. Meantime, oh hey, they're having another conversation. Let's listen in. Tell me about your father, Tone. Which one? Is that a loss for a moment? I'm just messing with you, Marky. Don't be stupid. Pipe worker. He smiles. Buddy Ladleman, my pal. He's one of those people that were so well known by their nickname, no one knew his real name. Clarence. If Nancy, Mom, may she rest in peace, hadn't called him by name when she was furious, I'd never know it was Clarence and not Buddy. Huh. You never mentioned your mother, Nancy, right? Nancy Yoys. He smiles. She was a wonderful woman, hardcore. She never asked for anything, and she always gave everything. Even when spanking us for being little crablets, she gave it all. But yeah, Dad treated her well, but he was often away and she wasn't all that happy about that. And he wasn't round because he was sailing round, all over the waterways. And here, the Black Sea. Yeah. Well, he just saw this island from the Jaws. Didn't really get too close because of the pirates and serpents and all of that. He was fearless, but sailors, yeah, their superstitions do get the better of him. But we're skipping a lot here. First of all, He was a clever guy. He was. He started as a boat mechanic, then he worked for one of the junkyard ferrymen. Then he got his first jet and did fast deliveries for all kinds of people, till he finally worked his way up to his very own boat. Then he became a proper ferryman. If you knew anything about junkyard, Marky, and you don't, you know that waterway traffic's real important there. All kind of stuff gets moved in and out. So being the busy ferryman kinda makes you a hardcore rod. Earns you lots of coins. Especially in those days. Rod? Like important. Yeah, he half smiles. Now, Buddy did okay. Not too bad, but not too hardcore. But he was kinda famous. Everyone knew him. Everyone. He was a dominating jokester, and a fun guy to be around. Everyone's buddy, hence the nickname. But more importantly, he was honest, hard-working, and even in Underrail, lots of people respect that. He was also as strong as 3 guys, so that kinda helps in the respect department. But did make a few enemies here and there. He shrugs. You gotta. Those enemies, yeah. A few of them drop-offs kinda zoned them out. Not too far from the rig. Ambushed them up north and, yeah. Sorry to hear that. It was a long time ago, but I sailed with him a lot. Took me on lots of trips and I saw and learned a lot of stuff. He often took me to the rig. Man, them girls there, woo. Took me to Core City, yeah, before the riots and all that. Saw him beating the living crap out of some punk there. And there I bought my first jet ski. And also, yeah, he showed me the Black Strait. His stare turns distant, and he smiles. Dad was hardcore. Taught me everything I know. The son of a rat. Yeah, he was also my best buddy. That's rare, Marky. That kind of closeness. He shakes his head with a smile. It's rare. They both stop talking. Then Marcus turns his attention to you. Oh, hey, Paul. Yo. Still kinda has the money drained, but does have batteries. Alright. Let's store some of this stuff. Maybe not half of the grenades. Gonna be using a lot of those in the very immediate future. Alright, looking a bit better. Taking more and more batteries for the shield. Alright. Charge up the jet ski too. Where'd the batteries go? Oh, there they are. Three's enough for now. Okay. So pirate base is over here. Ish. Fireplace. I know there's a secret entrance around here somewhere. Might be this spot actually. It looks a bit familiar. Forget if there was a perception requirement for it or something. Most likely. I do have a way to boost that up. If it's enough. It doesn't seem like it. Might be at the wrong spot. Alright. So, quest notes. Liberate the professor either through negotiating with the pirates or by infiltrating the base. So patrol at coordinates F4. Right. I'm at E4. Just have to go south of here. But I know there's an entrance. Somewhere. It's not here. This just goes over to the entrance. Maybe it's one more east. Do have another way to boost up perception. But it's a limited resource. There's some pirates. Oh. So this is the meeting spot. So maybe it is the other way. Not exactly planning on diplomacy. It's not my strong suit. There's the wall to their base. No way in. Check out this immediate area over here, but otherwise it's back over there is where the entrance is. Just not perceptive enough to find it. Yep, it's definitely their base. Alright. Goggles. Mushroom salad. Better loop around. Still nothing. Well, either I have to find out about it some other way. Or I just need more than 10 perception. Either way, don't have it. In that case, go talk to the pirates. See what their demands are. Razor. The man addresses you with a gravelly voice of deeply sinuous character. Right on time, banga. You in charge here? That'd be Captain Grimm. I'm one of his lieutenants. Oh, no, understandable. Not gonna get in between a man and his snack. Or a frog and his snack. Either way, snack away. I am here to negotiate. Take me to your captain. We've been expecting your chief, but whatever. I'll take you to the cabin. But I'm gonna blindfold you first. Don't like the sound of that. No deal. Heh. You come back when you get to your senses. I'll tell the professor you ain't in a rush to get him out. Well, diplomacy was attempted. Two down. You've got some firepower. Gonna need to do better than that. Think I got just the juice. No way the frag grenade's gonna work, is it? I'm actually kinda surprised that worked. Figured it would just sploosh down into the water. Alright. Pretty bad position, but not dead. Just better than these assholes are gonna be able to say. If I could hit my shot. This guy's jet ski is definitely better than the other ones. Damn it. Let's try with the spicy round. Yeah, that's the stuff. There we go. And you. Wait right there. I guess we both wait right here. Oh hey, he's got friends. And now they're dead. And my battery's drained. And the shield. Oh, whatever, that's just like 10 batteries or something. Ooh, and I get the parts too. XG missed. Medium-sized jet ski suspension system of hexagon make. Part size of 2, stability of plus 15. Lots of value. And a small, well-made engine. Small, unmarked, but well-made electrical engine. It's in decent condition. Part size 1, power 225, consumption ratio 100%. Wait, the value ratio is not great. More parts. XG Alpha 3.0. Small electrical vehicle engine of hexagon make. Part size 1, power 300, consumption ratio 120. And a battery. Made by Biocorp Armory. A boat and a bottle. Was the boat built inside of it, or was the bottle fashioned around it? 1 point. It's another engine and battery. Carrying too much. Swap some parts out. Medium scrappy engine. Part size 2, power 250, consumption ratio 125. Don't think I can swap it out while I'm actively using it. Can I swap out the battery? No. Alright. Stick one battery in here. That did not improve the speed at all. Alright. Plenty of time to have a sip of water. Get there eventually. Yep, work this thing any harder and you're gonna start seeing smoke billowing out of it. It's like a Prius on the highway. And I don't mean the new ones. Alright. Slap that new engine in. Both of these batteries are the same. Both better than the old one. Then this thing, the suspension system. This one is part size 1, stability 5. This one is Part size 2, stability 15. Will that even fit? Nope. He had that thing loaded with tungsten shells. Didn't help him. Alright. So, before assaulting the pirate base, I think it'd be a good idea if I go unload some stuff. Maybe fix this thing up too so it doesn't die to a random stray bullet. We're going slightly faster. Just have to make my way all the way up to that corner. Gives me plenty of time to stare at my inventory screen. Stare. Going slightly faster. Oh, there's another thing I forgot to check, but I'll check it on once I'm back. Chief Briggs said, if I call Yehuda, she should have some information. Maybe she knows the secret entrance. Well, I already kind of started shooting, but they're kind of be pissed off at us anyway once I break into their base and steal the hostage. Well, it's not really stealing, he was mine first. Nope. Completely forgot to grab the engine. Engines. Yes, reallocating. Although technically he's not my hostage, he's my employer. He's just a hostage of my bad decision making. And I'm carrying too much. There we go. Limp back over to the tent. Should probably just ditch the engines. They're really not worth the wait. But we're committed now. Throw in this stuff I'm gonna sell later. Alright. Back out there. And Al Yehuda. I'm in position. I need info on the pirate base. Over. They're well armed. They've got lots of jet skis at their disposal. And hounds. Lots of hounds. Lots of frackin' pirates there, that's for sure. What I've been able to gather so far, there are 3 locations where Professor Oldfield is probably being held at. First is a derelict battleship in G2, right in the middle of their main base. Then there's a large, heavily defended building in E3. Then there's also a smaller base in I5, the one with the NFT lighthouse. It's a lot of activity there as well, which makes it another potential target. But for all we know, the professor could be held anywhere. Maybe they even moved him somewhere deeper in the bay. Over. Got any more specifics on the defenses? Over. High sheet metal walls around the base, with manned turrets at regular intervals. The southern entrance is the least defended one. But to get there you have to sneak through either G4 or H4, cross the bay undetected, then enter the base from there. Plenty of jet ski patrols in the bay as well. Over. Armaments? Over. Lots of firearms, explosive weapons, crossbows, machetes, sledgehammers, and other melee weapons. Large caliber, double-barrel turrets. No energy weapons noticed so far. They also have hounds, pit bulls mostly. Was almost sniffed out by one of those mutts during my infiltration. Over. So the battleships are right at the middle of their base. Large building in E3, that would be the west side of their base. The lighthouse is over to the west. Basically next to their base and not inside of it. But let's collect the intel. What can you tell me about the battleship? Over. Appears to be one of those old Biocorp ships of war. There's a bridge which connects the main platform to the ship. Heavily guarded. If I were the captain of this rancid rabble, that's where I'd like my HQ to be. Over. So that's where the big bad's gonna be. About the large building at E3. 2-story building. Purpose unknown. Multiple entrances, lots of guards outside. And there are snipers on the rooftops. There are 2 ways to enter the area. East and south, and both require you to go through the main base. Western path leads up to the hill, or a hill. Leads to the cliff where that glowing monolith is at. Over. And the lighthouse base? Over. Tall sheet metal walls, jet ski dock at the entrance, 2 large buildings, taller of which is connected to the lighthouse via skyway. Actually, that's 3 buildings if we count the lighthouse as well. Main entrance is heavily guarded, but there's another entrance to the east. That's all I got. Over. Well, that's all I need. Ball out. There's nothing about the secret entrance, but not entirely opposed to, zoning out a couple of pirates. I mean, how strong can they be? So this is G4. This area is not part of their base. Some rubble over there. Little beach, but it doesn't connect to the area above. But this spot does. Oh, hermit crab. This one actually has a shell on it. Found a forked rock. Rock sharpened into the shape of a fork. 1 point. Maybe I go take out this outpost, since I'm here already. Crossbow guy. Hate those. There's a turret. There was a turret. Message in a bottle. An old cheesy love letter vomited out by the Black Sea. 1 point. Just need another 6 for that next level. Right, now what's in here? Pirates. How surprising. Tough son of a bitch. And he's got a shotgun on him. Move away. Yeah, just ignore the poison. It builds character. Also, should save the good grenades for when I need them. Another boat in a bottle. More batteries. Just what I wanted. Some Heartbreaker poisoned throwing knives. Worth a bit more than the average throwing knife. Don't think I've ever seen anyone who actually wants to buy him, however. Also, I just realized the last time I did a shopping trip, I forgot to go look at Oculus. gasoline. Is there a sniper up here? Nope. It's just a couch. Imagine the mold on that thing. Alright, one outpost down. Now the entire rest of the base. I'm gonna keep going east for now. Serpent. There's more. They're all coming to where the grenade exploded. Don't get too close. Also, I'm wearing the wrong glasses. Not sure how that happened. Alright, there's just the one other one. Submerge, which means evasion increased by 300, dodge increased by 100, and all damage resistances are increased by 50%. I don't think these guys can even do any damage to me now that I've got the right equipment on, so... deal with it that way. A Heartbreaker Mustachio. It's for the ladies. 1 point. Don't think I'm gonna find any more pirates further west of here. South it is. Red icon for disembarking. I see free soup on that counter over there. No such thing as free soup. Convenient that that one guy blocked the way for everyone else. Now everyone gets to share the shrapnel. Just like that. Rest of this place and organize the inventory a little bit. Raid the fridge. Beer. of all the boots. Keep the vest for now. On second thought, get rid of the vest. There's gonna be a lot of loot in the pirate base. Doesn't hurt to have some repair kits. So that being said, I don't think I'm gonna clear the whole base. At least, not all in one go. Oh hey, someone parked the scrap jet right here. Free battery? For me? You're too kind. Path going back over that way. Store the vehicle repair kits and the regular repair kits back in a jet ski. Maybe the rest of it too. Alright. And a grenade. The regular kind. Not enough for him. And I'm not out of the line of fire. Let's see how bad this is. Yeah, that's a decent amount of damage. That's a lot of pirates. That's a lot less pirates. Another machine gun. Let's try out the plasma. It's pretty good. Gonna have to call in some backup to help me carry all this stuff back. A broken prosthetic leg. Some manner of primitive prosthetic device. Appears to be broken though. 1 point. Just need one more. Well, 2 more. 1 and 2 aren't that different when you think about it. It's just, you know, 2 of them. And someone behind the corner. Yeah. Or elf. Repair kits. I don't see a way to get to the other side of this canal. So I'm gonna have to go back to the jet ski either way. Might as well ferry the stuff back to the base while I'm at it. You know what? I think I'm gonna do a shopping trip. I've got all these belts taking up space. Actually, swing around over here. Loot this other part. There's a barrel. Better be some good stuff in there. Better not just be bullet casings. Not even. Just a barrel. Check the outside. Is that a fish? Sure looks like a fish. I might just go over and check out the jet ski shop while I'm over doing the shopping trip. Yeah, I'll go check it out. Probably won't buy anything from there, however. Just because, don't think I'm gonna be holding on to the, scrap jet for that much longer. But it doesn't hurt to know what my upgrade options are. That being said, it's gonna take like 3 trips to bring everything over there, so probably just bring one of the engines, sell that one, maybe 1 or 2 of the batteries, because I'm not gonna need the other ones. On second thought, I suddenly remember some of the jet skis do have 2 battery slots, so it should save 1. Keep all the ammo here. And some batteries. Can't fit that one, but I can fit one of the smaller ones. Can I also bring the battery? Yes. Perfect. Start with the guys here. Don't think I'm gonna need more EMP grenades for a while. Gonna stop stockpiling the electromagnetic dischargers, but I will keep getting the plasmas. Start with that. Fix up some of the weapons I have. Fix up some of the vests too. Right. So it looks like I was wrong from earlier. He's got 650 by default every time. Could have sworn it was less, but clearly I was wrong. Sell some of the cheap stuff. And some belts. Even the trade out a little bit. Say, does he have anything else I want to get? Not really. More frag grenades doesn't hurt. Launcher grenades, not the hand-thrown ones. Though I guess you could throw one of those by hands, but it's not gonna have terribly much effect. Not unless if you got real good hands. Alright. I think that's enough extra weight capacity to bring one of the other engines. Maybe both. Alright. Drop a couple of things off. So I really gotta stop collecting bolts. There's never enough people who want to buy them, even if they have value. So, part of me says I should probably go to Oculus first, but I'm gonna go to the jet ski shop. Might have been faster to just walk directly to the elevator. The drunk guy. He seems somewhat upset. He'll be fine. As long as he doesn't stumble too close to the railing. There it is. The shop. Oh, hello there. A substantial man, a substantial smile, greets you as soon as you enter his domain, inviting you further in with a wave of his hand. Hi there, friend. Come in, we're open. What can I do for you, I said that wrong. What can I do you for? That's more like it. An oily wrench lays on his desk, only an old, smeared rag separating one from the other. You notice it, he notices it. An instant later, it disappears into one of his deep pockets, wrapped in the rag. His smile was never gone. That should not be there, he chuckles. We, Gib and I, were fixing one of them 208s for a client of ours. Field repairs. Just got back to the shop. So, sorry about my appearance. Oh, you here for a jet, perhaps? Parts, repairs? I am indeed looking for parts. You open your mouth, but the voice that is heard is not yours. I'm sorry, name's Raymond, sir, the owner. You were saying? Looking for parts. Hardcore. Well, now, friend. He snaps his fingers. By the way, what do I call you, son? What's your name? Call me Paul. Paul Venus. Paul. Got it. He smiles. Now, Paul. We got a hardcore assortment of engines, batteries, suspensions. From cheap to coin melting. We got it all. Of course, we also stock cells for powering your jets, ammo, and all the... enough of my yapping. Let me show you what I got. It's a lot of batteries. This guy buys batteries, vehicle engines, vehicle batteries, and jet ski suspension systems. Speaking of parts, large scrappy engines, medium well-made, scrappy batteries, XG Power 3.0, small battery of hexagon make, holds a charge of 300, low weight too. Tempting. Small electrical vehicle engine made by Biocorp Armory. That's worse than the engine I had. Yeah, pretty sure it was. Just one part I'd be looking to buy would be suspension system of a size 1, but the only ones they have are, I think, the same one I already have. No sense buying it. Let's just sell this and get out of here. Although, any chance you have some better stuff? Is that all you got in your inventory, Ray? Expected a better selection from the only jet ski shop in South Underrail. Can't say whether I have something hardcore lying in the bag, but I can say that if I did, it would be for special customers only. Well, if being one of your special customers means having more money than self-control, then I just might be that kind of person. I can't reveal what makes one a special customer, but you certainly got it. Check this out. much better battery. Some fancier, large-size engines. Damn, that one's expensive. How many coins is that? 3.4k. That's a lot. Piece of suspension that would be an upgrade. That's still like nearly 2,000 coins. This is the engine I had. Same price as the shocks. Yeah. Well, not gonna buy any of it. But I might be back once I get that other jet. Battery. Go pick up the stuff I left in the barrel. Do the rounds. Inventory did indeed refresh. Right. Get all of that. This is the most lightweight my character has been in a long time. All I had to do was dump all my ammo out. One day I'll have enough magnesium powder, but today, not that day. After 164 plasma core. Got one of those. What's one more? There's still one type of launcher grenade recipe that I don't have. I'm starting to think it's a unique or something. one last spot to go to. Junkyard. Not gonna hit up all the traders here, it's just the guy who usually buys the bolts. And he's not buying right now. Which in that case, don't need these. Still have all this foam padding that I'm not going to be using. Just dump it back in the barrel. And maybe also the extra headsets, just so I stop confusing them. Alright. Back to the expedition camp. Clear out 2 more screens. Probably do it again. Immediate outpost. Now we start moving in. Might not be the best angle of approach, but we're here. Damn. Jet ski's looking very crispy right about now. Damn it. and I have to be parked to fix it. Fine. Just don't die on my way to the next beach. So that was one more point. It was an eye patch. This is the last one I need for another level. Alright, 20 points, directly into biology. I think there's gonna be any turrets on the outside of the wall. Just keep the strategy of going the whole way around. The base itself, full of all kinds of nasty stuff. Mostly snipers. Medical cabinet, empty. Agility 10 check. Not gonna be getting that one done. We'll never know what's up there. Another facility. Explore it later. Got bigger fish to fry. Total miss. Hit myself. But at least I hit him. Come on. Combat's not over. Where are they? Oh. Probably should not have moved in range of it. Just have to hope he misses. Or that he's gonna stop paying attention. the rest of the way on foot. Save on the grenades. Oh hey, didn't expect to find you guys here. Easy peasy. And I'm gonna have to go and get the jet ski again if I want to loot that. But I do want to loot that. Those actually. Alright, this area is clear. I'm gonna move up the jet. Definitely gonna wanna find a nice box to just store all the extra loot in until I'm done with the place, rather than driving back and forth constantly. Ah, more you bastards. Get rid of you. Fancy battery. It even showed up fully charged. another fancy battery. But a shitty engine. Max size of 2. Again. It's like this is your guys' base or something. It's mine now. Oh, that's not good. Some dickhead with a crossbow over there. End him rightly. That's what you get. And you sit right there. Don't know how I can't loot the jet ski when it's right on the shore, but I sure can't. Wonder if they'll run out of dudes to send out if I just stay here and keep blasting them. Well, the current rate, we're gonna find out. Dribble. Probably shouldn't charge up the shield the whole way, just in case someone hits me with an EMP again. Try to loot everything before they show up again. Sort through all the loot once I'm back. Dead hermit crab. Is it because there's turrets over there? So, lady with a knife. And turrets. Guys aren't very smart. Works in my favor though. Look up at the cliff. Massive buildings used to occupy this cliff face. Now everything above the ground level is gone, with scattered support structures reminiscent of broken bones protruding from a mutilated body. Descriptive. Doesn't appear to be a way to access the ground level. Bear traps. Mushroom garden. Someone with a purple bar. May look like an old lady, but they're much more dangerous than that. Die. Now we'll never know. Fine by me. Now there's dogs. Nasty bite. No, there are some advantages to having such a loud weapon. That everyone comes running as soon as you start shooting. Like that guy. Joke's on him, I've got good initiative. They got fancy shock steel machetes. For all the good that did 'em. Alright, gonna shove everything into this barrel here. Fish. Giant hatchetfish, almost 15 centimeters long. Fish can go in the barrel. Pickled mushrooms. Psionic mentor for thermodynamic destabilization. Sounds fun. No way, there's not something behind the waterfall. Just not perceptive enough to see it. Even with the goggles. Well, joke's on me for not being a sniper. Some junkyard surprise. All the way out here. Might have just borrowed the recipe. Climb down there. I think it'll just lead me to under where that trap door is. Probably. Nothing this way. Nothing this way. And a whole bunch of stinky stuff over here. Probably because it was underneath an outhouse. Alright. What horrors lie on the other side of this red barrier? Man with a shotgun. A lot of pissed off dogs in the fire. A lot of pissed off dudes and what looks like a midget on the other side of the fence. Actually, is that an offensive term? Sure hope it isn't. rid of you guys. Also, I just realized that fence is open. So they're all right around this corner. Well, most of them. Now they're all on fire. Whatever he was, it's on the floor now. Crazy guy with a knife. Also a crazy guy with a knife, or not a knife, pistol. Totally different. Starting to think using the 40 mil for all of this has been a little bit of overkill. Or maybe it was just the right amount of kill. Sure, I'm killing a lot of named people right now. Last time this kind of thing happened, I was maybe sort of kind of responsible for massive war crimes and turning people into mutants. No mutants this time though. I think that's all of them. Nope, there's more. Sturdier than the rest. Now that's gotta be all of them. At least on this screen. anti-chrome crowbar. Don't think I've seen one of those before. Donnie's key. Small man's small key. Definitely should have named the stream 300 Dead Pirates rather than Tribesmen. To be fair, I forgot this part happens right after the Nexus of Technology. Probably should have remembered. Oh, there's more. Where? Oh. Must suck not being able to get off the seat. Where's the box or the key? It's gotta be around here somewhere. Was one of the first guys to show up to the fight. I just need a little bit more perception. Not finding anything. You know, could be making more use of caltrops and stuff. Especially now that I've got some points in biology. Make them all poisonous and shit. At least the music in this part is kind of a banger. Oh, yeah. You should definitely do that. It's trust me, I speak from experience when I say showing up tired to something is a great way to never want to be there again. And that's basically the summation of my entire time in high school. Thankfully, I never have to go there again. But again, thanks for the raid. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, good night, Frog Man. Gonna go dump this stuff in the barrel. I don't know why, of all the groups of raiders I've killed, the ones who like belts the most are the pirates. It's probably just around Expedition where they started adding a whole bunch of new ones. They decided, hey, let's just give all of these guys some belts. So the belts were in the game before Expedition, but there was a lot less of them. I think there was the Trapper's Belt, the Utility Belt. Actually, I'm not 100% sure on the Trapper's Belt. There was a couple of other ones. I think the Medical Pouch was one of them. This one, the Waist Pack, and the smaller Fanny Pack. Those were definitely later additions. No, because the first time I found one I was like, holy shit, something that makes trading even better. Starting to think I might need to dump even more stuff. Yeah, gonna go do that before I get even more loaded up with junk. It's gonna take a lot of trips to collect all of this. Not using this right now. Could probably leave a stack of EMPs or two. Basically just anything I'm not going to be using right now. And maybe not all of it. Just most of it. Alright, it's a lot more weight to work with. Survive a plasma grenade. Yeah, don't want to get shanked. Hammer guy, inbound. Problem temporarily solved. Now something a bit more permanent. It's a lot of dogs. No way, that's the whole screen. Gonna loot this portion before moving on. Her prosthetic leg. Actually, I should start collecting the valuable organs, such as adrenal glands. At least those don't weigh anything. Well, they do weigh something, just nothing compared to the other ones. Alright, continuing on. Starting to look like there isn't anything else on the screen. Get to pick the left or the right. Let's try left. Wrong buttons. Been spotted. Easy peasy. Lots of hot wiring kits. Don't think I'm ever gonna make use of them. Barrel. Not the type I like. bunch of rats. No one in here. Totally oblivious shotgun man. Already aware of what's in the basement of this place. I'm gonna be saving that for later. We'll go check up the upstairs. Maybe this was a mistake. Let's find out. Now we're good. The fire. For no reason, because everyone was dead anyways. Sure, I'm glad I didn't let that guy smack me with his smacking stick. In general, I find I live a lot longer when I avoid that. Oh, so I'm not sure if my microphone is picking me up entirely correctly. I hope it is. Last mag at 25 mil. But a decent amount of the 40 left. Have to go do one more dump. that'll be enough until I decide to come back and clean the place completely out. So I sure hope that's gonna be enough. The rate things are going, it's gonna take forever to sell all of it. One electronic scrap away from another vehicle repair kit. Alright. So if the amount of crap I've put in this barrel should be basically overflowing to the point that you can't even see the barrel anymore. But that's not gonna stop me from stacking more belts in. Cleared the way to the professor, but I'm gonna be taking a detour. Not as in a detour to also get to the same spot, or just go do a bit of sightseeing. So I notice I now need 60 XP to level up. Familiar looking place. Rusted climbing pig. Metal parts of the pig are abnormally rusted, while the rubber handle looks to be in decent condition. 2 points. I almost forgot this part. Except I can't do it from here. Oh well. You can see most of the sea from here. I can get a good look at this thing. What could it mean? It's a weird looking guy right there. Look at the monolith. Huge double pyramid is stuck between the cliff face and the ruined archway, piercing them like a bolt head. It's covered with strange symbols, many of which are not apparent immediately. As you inspect each part of the peculiar monolith closer, you keep discovering more and more of them. Most of these symbols are some type of a cross taking the central position, with other symbols being placed around them, such as filled and empty circles, brackets, and something that resembles the letter M, or maybe W. It is emitting a noise in a strange way, as if the sound is played on a completely different channel, not at all affected by acoustics of the cavern or interference from the sound of waves lapping against the rocks. Its blue, green, and purple gleam changes depending on the angle and distance from which you view it, which, combined with minute details of the symbols, makes the monolith always leave a slightly different impression whenever you glance at it. Examine the place where the pickaxe meets the monolith. There seems to be missing a small piece of monolith at the point where the pickaxe struck it, so the effort was not completely in vain, though it was paid for dearly. What if I look at the statue man? Approach the featureless, oddly geometric representation of a man swinging his pick at the monolith. Inspect. The more you look at it, the more it appears to you that you're looking at the still image of death of some unfortunate soul who thought hitting the monolith with a mining pick was a good idea. His body appears to have been transformed the moment the pick came in contact with the monolith, either turned into or encased in a shiny, crystalline material, with sideways spikes radiating away from the monolith. Chemistry. Well, you can't be certain that the material in question is until you test it. To you, it most closely resembles some kind of graphite, judging by its texture, reflectiveness, and color. We try grabbing one of the spikes. It takes some effort to break off the spike, even though the material reminds you of graphite, a notion further reinforced by feeling its smooth and slippery surface. it is not as brittle. Looking at its cross-section reveals a layered structure, but whereas in graphite the layers are weakly bonded and cleave easily, these layers are much more strongly bonded than that. What you're sure of is that it is some kind of carbon-based compound. The only thing left now is to bring the sample to someone who can analyze its composition. Now, I don't think I have the right stat spread for it, but let's see what happens if I focus my mind on the artifact. You attempt to clear your mind of other thoughts and focus your eyes on its many symbols, letting them pierce through your eyes and into your brain. You can feel the symbols forming virtual circuits in your mind, through which thought pulses are starting to trickle in. The process is yet incomplete. The circuits are disjointed, and only confusion is poured into your mind. You can continue to focus in an attempt to complete the mental construct, but you realize this could be dangerous. Fuck it. I've got the power of quick save on my side. Continue to focus. The circuitry continues to grow and expand, and though you are in a haze, you slowly become aware that the circuits are not connecting as they should. There seems to be enough room, but the lines are laid crooked, and the nodes are imprinted shallow. It's too late now to abort the process, however, because, scramble as you might, you cannot find that particular mental switch. Confusion keeps growing, and you can feel your whole mind pulsating even more painfully. The thoughts pouring in, however, are not all nonsense. You can make out certain images. A pilgrim on a narrow staircase to nowhere. A snake slithering up a human column and strangling it. A crown upon a stone. A curtained window. Darker shapes swimming against the background of empty universe. Agonizing white light that burns you up. Writhing and screaming, you fall out of the trance and into darkness. You wake up, lying face down on the cave floor, as your sight slowly returns. You're not sure how much time has passed. The vision circuitry is gone from your mind, but you can feel a slight ache where it used to be. With time, that ache will fade. Well, I'm sure I didn't accidentally give myself some kind of severe brain damage or something, but guess we'll have to find out next time. Just a nice picture. Alright then. That's going to be it for today's stream. Nice chunky 4.5 hour session, according to this timer over here. Not bad, but could be longer. Anyways, just kind of babbling at this point. Hopefully you liked the stream. See ya.